we are going to get it going.
I mean, bowling something like this where it's just that hard and you can basically survive mentally, physically, emotionally. It's awesome.
That's that high flush pocket strike, and that's going to do it.
They came back in the end and were able to finish the job. That shows why that they're a nationally ranked program.
Got into this championship match and now are just absolutely putting on a show.
This tournament live stream is a special presentation of Bowling with the Pfeff.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. You are looking live at Shadow Balls for the moment at the 2024 Holiday Match Games here live on the Bowling with the Pfeff channel. The gentlemen and ladies who are participating in today's event are getting themselves warmed up for a big day of competition. We have one qualifying shift, somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 bowlers out there, and they will be competing for some big cash prizes as we kind of whittle our way down to a top 16 for match play, and eventually a match games champion. We'll let you know about the names and the faces and all that good stuff as we get going here. But to start things out, I'll bring you up to where I am this morning, up on the concourse. Good morning, everyone. It's a freezing cold day in Rochester, Minnesota. If you're not in this area, I can tell you that it was well below zero on the way over here. If my car thermometer is accurate, we're talking almost 18 below, but sun's out now, and the bowlers are getting ready to get into some competition here. This is one of the quintuple crown events that I'll explain in just a second. Here's the format for today's event. It's 8 games of qualifying across 16 lanes here at Colonial Lanes. Looks like they'll be moving a couple pairs down. For example, the folks on 7 and 8 will be moving to 13 and 14 after game 1. The top 16 will advance to match play, which is single game, double elimination. There's a big bracket on a big piece of paper on an easel down the house from me that they'll use to determine who's facing who and when and all that good stuff. But again, you can lose once and still win the championship in that. And we will have live coverage of that this afternoon. You can find that link under the Quintuple Crown playlist on the YouTube channel. So a separate link for the match play and eventually the championship. Again, this is a Quintuple Crown event, the 10K Larson Siding, Windows, and Roofing Quintuple Crown. We've had 3 of them so far. William Jones, who I believe is down on 5 and 6 to start today, was the first winner at the Southway Open in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Then you got Matt Payne taking the Champions Pro Shop Open, also live here on the channel. Tom Hess went the distance in the Lacrosse Open, and that just leaves 2 more jewels in this Quintuple Crown, today's event, and then the J-Mo's Bowl Open, which will be in February in the new year. Here's the oil pattern that our competitors will be taking on today. If you headed out to South Point in Las Vegas last year for the USBC Open Championships, you tangled with this one as well. This is the doubles and singles pattern, a 42-foot pattern with a ratio of 2.19 to 1. 26 and a half mils, and it will be a challenge, as the conditions at Colonial Lanes typically are, which is a great thing, I think. It makes for some interesting outcomes in this thing, and fun. And I can say that because I'm sitting back here, not down on the lanes with the others. But we'll head back down there. Again, they're wrapping up practice right now, the Shadow Balls. And a little less than 2 minutes, and we will get started here. But for those of you joining us live, first of all, thank you. Really appreciate it. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to you and yours. And thank you for spending part or all of your day with us here on the stream. There is a live chat, and if you are watching us live, please take advantage. Chime in. Let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're cheering for, what you think of what you're seeing out here, and we can pop those comments up on the screen as we go through the day. So an interesting combination of bowlers, a couple previous champions of this event, right up here on lanes 5 through 8. You can just see off to the left side of the frame on lane 5, that's Chad Nelson, one of the previous champions of this and many other events across Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the Midwest. Off to the right, that's Josh Kennedy, who was just bending over the ball return. He is the current points leader in the quintuple crown. So one of the top performers in Owatonna at the Champions Pro Shop Open, and always in the hunt in these top-level scratch tournaments. Some of the other previous champions that I've seen up and down the house today.
We'd like to take a moment to
Jared Bushman.
Thank our sponsors for this year's tournament. Our title sponsor for today is Rochester Plumbing and Heating. Our sponsor for the weekend is Larson Siding and Windows.
And just some recognition for the sponsors before we get
We'd
started.
also like to thank Champions Pro Shop for donating the bowling balls that are for our raffle. We have an Optimal Idol Pro, $5 a ticket or $20 for 5 tickets. All the proceeds will go to the tournament. The jackpot, if you got into the jackpot, we'll be paying 3 spots, 60, 40, and 15 for each game. Please utilize a one-lane courtesy for all bowlers. In the brackets, we have still 1 spot available on the 2 through 4 game, and we have 7 available on the 5 through 7 game bracket. So if you're interested in getting in those, come up and see us. At this time, we'll go ahead and get you going. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, as things get underway with Tony Condon, the tournament director, getting us up to speed and sending these bowlers off. Good to see Sam saying good morning, nice sweatshirt. I agree. It's very warm on this cold day, which I appreciate. She said they're tuning in from Las Vegas. Good luck and good bowling, everyone. Sam's son, Trey Henriksmeyer, just really wrecked shop here last year. He took both the adult and the youth match game titles. So just a terrific performance that we were lucky enough to capture live on the channel. You can always go back in the archived videos and relive those exciting moments. I don't think I'm going out on a limb when I say there are probably some folks here who are glad that Trey is competing in Las Vegas this weekend and not here again, because Yeah, he really put it on him last year. That's for sure. So again, we're just getting started here in game 1 of the match games. And it's a long day of competition. The first of 8 games of qualifying across 16 lanes in this 20-lane center. Off to the right on lane 8, there's Jerry Holdorf making the trip in from the Eau Claire, Wisconsin area. Jerry has been kind enough to support the Bowling with the Fef channel as of this fall, and totally appreciate everything he does for bowling and Bowling with the Fef. He operates Jerry's Score More Pro Shop bowling supply inside Wagner's Lanes in Eau Claire, and is getting some reps in this morning here at the match games. He mentioned that he's going to be bowling in the Open Championships in 2025. What a great opportunity to get sharp here, especially since they're bowling on a pattern utilized at the Open Championships. Jared Bushman connecting on lane 8 there. And that's Chad Nelson on lane 6, taking care of a 6-pin early on. There are a few youth players scattered among the field, along with the adults and seniors.
Oh, gotta go this way.
And that's another thing that's kind of neat about the Rochester match games, is that youth players are eligible to compete because the prize winnings get converted into smart money for to help pay for their college. Over on lane 5 there, we saw Matt Kirkham connecting to start things off. He is another past champion of this event. And the aforementioned Josh Kennedy over on lane 8, slapping that 10 out of there, and he starts out his day with a double. Bowling with Diallo. Good morning, sir. Good morning to you. Glad to see you join us on the stream here. He's got another channel with some great content on it. And glad to see him checking in. Over here, pretty close to center screen on lane 7, this is Phil Stellmaker, one of the local competitors. Up a little light and can't wiggle out that 2-pin. I've heard a lot of people over the course of the past, I don't know, 10 months or so, 11 months, talk about how they thought the doubles and singles pattern at the Open Championships last year played a little easier than the team. That's kind of funny to me because I scored higher on the team, but it's all relative though, because my doubles and singles were not my greatest effort. It was Kirkham up high, leaving a 6-10 on lane 6, and he's been a high-level competitor in Minnesota for many, many years. I can remember seeing him bowling in the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour back in the 90s. He's converted to a two-handed delivery, which seems to be serving him well as he makes quick work of that spare. So I mentioned William Jones. He's actually on 3 and 4. You'll kind of see his shot come up into the screen on lane 4 right now. Jones, the winner at the Southway Open in St. Cloud, Minnesota, a little earlier in the season. And after a couple of lazy 10 pins, Holdorf connects. So as these folks make their way up and down the house, we will certainly see Brady Stearns, who's I saw over on the higher side of the house starting out. He is a previous champion of the Champions Pro Shop Open. And as you can see, he's won this event a couple times. So here are the past champions that we have record of. This tournament has gone longer than is outlined here, but we have the records of the past champions since 1992 with a couple of gaps in the years there, but rolling steady for the past, I'll say 25 years or so. Again, Jared Bushman, who is on 7 and 8 right in front of us, a past champion who has won this event twice. High flush 9 for Nelson. He's had a couple 9 counts now in his 2 attempts on lane 6. Briley Howell, the Pro Shop operator at Champions Pro Shop in Owatonna, down in the middle of the house, competing today. I can see Dave Ullman down there. And many, many others that we will certainly get a look at through the course of this morning and afternoon as we make our way through the qualifying round here. There is just one squad of qualifying, so what you see is what you get, and the top 16 will advance to the match play bracket. Again, double elimination, so you can lose once and still be in contention for the title here at the Holiday Match Games. There's a nice spare for Holdorf on the 3, 6, 9, 10. Never an easy combination, but certainly on a tougher pattern like this. So once we kind of whittle our way through that match play bracket later on this afternoon and perhaps into the early evening, the championship match will be right here on lanes 7 and 8, and you'll see it in its entirety on the channel. Just remember, it's a separate link in the Quintuple Crown playlist. Tomorrow, the youth players will have their own Holiday Match Games event in conjunction with the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour. Nice collapse of the 4-6 by Carter Wascott over there on lane 8. As he has the front 4 in this first game of qualifying. Again, good morning to all of you joining us live. Really appreciate it. Be sure to utilize that live chat functionality. Let us know where you're tuning in from and who you're cheering for. Got any holiday greetings to send out to friends and family? You can do that there too. And Kennedy will also have to go after that 3, 6, 9, 10 on lane 7. There's Lee Trado wishing everyone a Merry Christmas from Louisville. Thanks for tuning in, Lee. Appreciate that. We are in Rochester, Minnesota this morning for the 2024 Holiday Match Games. And of course, this kind of thing is not possible without the support of sponsors like Rochester Plumbing and Heating Company and Med City Construction, among others. This event always draws a nice field of talented competitors. I can tell you that along with bowlers from Minnesota, of course, it's drawn competitors from Wisconsin and North Dakota. Nice way to fuel your competitive fire before the Christmas holiday and hopefully some time with family and friends in between the bowling. So Nelson on 6 here, going to take aim at a 2-4-10. Mentioned earlier that he had left a couple single pins on that lane and hasn't quite got it locked in just yet, although he does have strikes on his 2 shots on lane 5. Oh, a nice cover there. Kick it off that sideboard and give that 10 a nudge. It's fun stuff. There's a booming 10-pin by Carter Westcott. So toward the center of your frame, you can see Tatum Lee here getting ready for his 6th frame on lane 6. He's got the front 5 going right now. And just a little light, left a 2-4-5. Lee making the trip here from Minot, North Dakota. Here with his dad. He's got some earbuds in and hopefully is listening to every last word that I'm saying. And makes quick work of that 2-4-5. So a great start for Lee. That two-handed delivery and gets plenty on it. Gets those pins going side to side. And it's worked well for him in the early going here. It's a nice shot by Caleb Johnson. He's got a nice game going too. Only missed twice, 119 through 5 with a strikeout in the 6th. Nelson was just over here referring to himself as the old guy, but you know the run is coming. It's just a matter of when. Nelson, along with Brady Stearns, the Minnesota contingent that made the trip out to Las Vegas this past year for the USBC Masters. Stella mixing them up there on lane 7. A little scramble, he says. You'll always know how he's feeling because he is not shy about letting you know after a shot like that. Proud to have him on the live show several months ago. Talked about his experiences coaching high school bowling and competing like he is here today. And Lee with a flat 10 there. He'll try and take that down, keep the score nice and high, keep clean in this first game of qualifying. As we make our way through the day here, the tournament staff will post score updates to the Facebook page for the Med City holiday weekend. And I just popped that link up in the chat. You can keep a couple windows open there, watch us live here, and then tab over, check out the latest score updates for this event.
Yeah.
A little later on today, we'll hear from Al Houston, who really puts his heart and soul into these quintuple crown events. Getting great sponsors on board, promoting. And it's a great thing for these bowlers, as his ears must have been ringing. There he is in the chat. It says Caleb Johnson actually works for Spare Time Entertainment and is on the Wichita Select team. All right. And you can see him. You'll see him come into your frame here. He's the one shooting at the big split on lane 5. But Spare Time Entertainment was the host of the Champions Pro Shop Open, along with a lot of other tournaments through the course of the year, and just a great facility, as is Colonial Lanes. These quintuple crown events they've got some nice bowling centers with great history here in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Brady Gustafson checking in. Good morning, Brady. And he's another one of the top-level competitors that you typically see at events like this. Not yet, Jerry. Give it some time, though. If you're looking for a way to support this channel, I would encourage you to subscribe, like this video, subscribe to the channel. It doesn't cost a dime, just a couple clicks here, and you can be the first to know when we start up a live stream like this or upload recorded content. There's also a wealth of interviews and tournament live streams going back 4 years now. My bread and butter is live, long-form interviews with various characters in the sport of bowling. The latest one was just a few days ago when we had a nice conversation with the 2024 PBA Rookie of the Year, Nate Purchase from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. We discussed just an incredible run that he's on right now, including that Rookie of the Year title, becoming exempt through the tour trials. He had a nice finish in the RPI out in Reno a week ago. And he also discussed a little hockey, because he does that too. As Lee gets that one a little past where he wanted the break point to be, and he ends up with a 210.
Just give it a minute.
So Jerry on lane 7 came back and asked if I was talking about him yet. So good opportunity to do that as he stuffs the pocket for 10 back. That's a double for him. He's kept it clean so far. 117 through 6 with that double up in the 7th and 8th. The other thing that's cool about this center is it's 20 lanes, and they are using all 20. And I can recall last year that the machines worked very well. Certainly some limited calls, and I don't want to jinx it, but They've got a great history here of machines that run the way they should, and that helps. Always helps when you have an event like this. Vincent Chen checking in. Hello, all. Hello, Mr. Feff. Well, hello, Vince. Thanks for tuning in live. Appreciate seeing you here. And Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you and yours. Westcott slams a strike on 8. You can kind of hear him sliding on that heel a little bit. Makes a squeaking noise, but the one that counts is the noise of all 10 going back. Thank you.
I've seen it. I was always wondering what. Oh, I see. Okay. By the blood. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
And Vince says, check out Hunter Moffat. Kid is knocking them down a lot. And I have heard that name before. And it was because of his history on the Prodigy Bowlers Tour with Coach Randy Brown, who came on the show. And he certainly sung his praises as well. So it's good to hear that he's knocking them down a lot. Yeah, Randy Brown. I really enjoyed talking with him. For those who haven't seen the Prodigy Bowlers Tour, what he does is he has partnered with a junior tournament tour in Kansas City, in that area, and his content is all recorded, but he adds graphics and edits it up really nice with his own commentary, and it has such a great look. I mean, it has that look of, the PBA on Saturday afternoons that you might remember from ABC. And of course, he's very knowledgeable about both the video production side and the bowling side. And that's right in my wheelhouse. So again, the Prodigy Bowlers Tour, you can find that here on YouTube as well. Lee covers up a 3-pin there, 182 through 8 with a spare in the 9. Vince wants to know, how are these lanes? Is it a house shot? Not exactly. The pattern they have out today is the doubles and singles pattern from the Open Championships last year. So you can see 42 feet, ratio of 2.19 to 1, and 26.5 mils going down these synthetic lanes at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. Dave Whitman checking in. Good morning from Eau Claire. Good morning to you, Slim. Hope you and Connie have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. You bet, Vince. That's always my favorite, when you guys ask questions and I have the information right on hand. That makes things a lot easier and a lot less awkward. Hey, Brandon. So Stella gets the 10 out of that 310, and he'll have 183 through 9. Hoping to hit a couple strikes and get into the 210s, 2 teens, if at all possible. Thanks, Slim. Yeah, Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy holidays. Ooh. That's a tough break on 7 there. And Chad Nelson picking up another 2-4-10, making it look easy. And he's really been struggling on that right lane. He's got strikes on every shot on lane 5 and has yet to strike on lane 6. So probably thankful that he doesn't have to throw any more on 6, at least not for this game. So Vincent says, bowling alleys are tough to video, a lot of them so dark. Yeah, there are different, and it's different lighting down lane as it is in the settee area. Some there's a bigger difference than others. But yeah, it's you can make this a little tough. And Vince says, looks like straighter is greater here. Yeah. I can tell you at South Point it certainly was. The shot for me was way out by the ditch, but again, different lane surfaces and different characteristics, topography, all that stuff. As Lee takes down the 610, he can strike on his fill ball for 220. Some of the other bowlers finished with game 1 of qualifying and making the move to their pair for game 2. And there's a nice spare for Holdorf. He can strike on his fill ball for 203. $219 for Lee. So a nice start for him. Not a ton of big scores from my vantage point. Couple 2 teams, a 230. That's about it, but it's pretty tough for me to see past lane 10 or so. Hey, thanks, Vince. Gotta go. Thank you for the compliment. Great job, and see you all. Well, have a great weekend, Vince, and like I said, thank you for checking in for a little bit here. And the great thing about this is even if you can see some of it live or even can't make it live, it'll be on the channel as long as YouTube is a thing. So you can always check back and relive it. Jared Bushman with that ringing 7. Second ball in the 10th. He can cover it up for 199. And Caleb Johnson, who Alex had mentioned before, or Al rather, putting 10 back for an even 200. And that's the first time that Nelson didn't strike on lane 5. So with a spare and some count, he'll be in the 180s. But with 8 games of qualifying, you got plenty of time to turn things around, figure it out. And if anybody can, it's him. So again, we are putting the finishing touches on game 1 here at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. Plenty more to go through the course of this day. So 182 for Nelson, which he's probably not thrilled about, but we also get off that pair, so there's that. Again, once tournament staff has some score updates ready, they will post that on their Facebook page, which you can find a link to here in the live chat. It's the Med City Holiday Weekend page. And, There's a bunch of numbers there, but yeah, I popped that in the chat. That's where they will be. All right, just getting started with qualifying game number 2. A new crop of bowlers here.
Only done that one once in national. I heard about one time when the senior guys I bowled, he got paired with Pete Weber out there. They put him 2.5 minutes. He'd be up Pete Weber. He was yelling at him. Like, no, this is fucking Pete. He's got 5, 6 games. Like, Pete Weber. He was so pissed. On my team, I will never be on a pair with Pete Weber again.
Over here on lane 6, you've got Brandon Cryer, who has made the stepladder finals in the past 2 Champions Pro Shop Open events. Memory serves, he was the runner-up to this year's champion, Matt Payne. He's got that urethane ball right down the twig, as he likes to do, and gets the result that he's looking for.
Which is kind of not surprising. This place always seems to also where we're kind of replicated. These guys are pretty similar. So when I think that we go down there to beat them, I'm just going to watch them make.
So Dave asks, is Jerry the only one from the Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls area of Wisconsin? He's the only one that I've seen. In fact, I haven't really seen any other Wisconsinites, to tell you the truth. Of course, a lot of Minnesotans and folks from the Twin Cities metro area. And of course, Rochester, because that's where we are. But I haven't seen anyone else from Wisconsin. I should scratch that. I think Kiefer Newman is here. Yeah, he's right in front of us, as a matter of fact. He's from Wisconsin, but not from the Chippewa Valley. There's a quick double for Brandon Cryer. So in the early stages of game 2 of qualifying, 2 of 8 games in the qualifying round here at the 2024 Holiday Match Games, Rochester, Minnesota. Be interesting to see what is leading things right now. As again, I haven't seen a lot of big scores. I think 230 is about the highest one I've seen on the first 5 pairs. And a third strike for Cryer. That's the line he likes to play. He's way out there quite a bit and makes it look pretty easy. Katie Newman checking in, says, let's go. Keep our new one. Pick up those pins. Kiefer Newman. Yeah. It's been kind of a tough start for him on 7 and 8 so far, but, you know, it's time to turn it around for sure. Yeah, glad to see him out here. Always is. Yeah. Wow. That was an unfortunate break, we'll say, on lane 6 to hit the head pin and get 5. 4. No, 5. Well, Brandon S. is that good enough to make the YouTube page? I mean, it already did. It's live, so. Yeah. And just the one, yeah. Yeah, Dave, for sure. Brandon is an excellent player, especially on the twig. Yeah, when he gets it going out there, he is tough to beat. He really is. And he put up some nice scores in that Champions Pro Shop step ladder. And I remember Mr. Payne definitely had that on the brain as he started off in the championship match, but he certainly had the look that day, Matt Payne, and took it all the way to the title. But yeah, Brandon does really well. I remember when his father, the Minnesota Hall of Famer, John Cryer Jr., came on the live show and really told us all that he is coming into his own. Brandon is. And it wasn't long after that when he started making some noise in these adult tournaments. Speaking of making noise in the adult tournaments, there's our defending champion, Trey Hendricksmeyers. Good morning from Las Vegas. Good morning to you, Trey. Hope you're doing well with your Shocker teammates out there. Yeah, Trey came in here last year and just mopped up everything. It was a very low-scoring championship match, but he took it. I think it only took him about 150 to win, but it was tough out there. Dave says that's a great score, as you know, when you bowl at nationals. Yeah. Be interesting to see how it goes in 2025 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the Open Championships.
Like 1 and 2.
And the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page is a place to follow when they start putting up score updates. As these players try to make that top 16 cut and advance to match play. Here's Brandon up in his 4th frame on lane 5 and gets that right side to shake out, tripping out that 6 and starting out with the front 4. Again, the youth version of the match games coming up tomorrow. Wish I could be here for it. Had a previous commitment get in the way of that, but that's always an interesting format. At least it was last year. Where you have the boys and girls both competing together. And if you recall from last year's event, Brooke Salzman went all the way to the championship match. Trey says he's surprised that there's so little urethane being thrown. Yeah, I've only seen a couple bowlers using urethane so far. If I remember correctly, Trey had a idle Helios that was doing well for him at last year's event. I think he mixed in a Purple Hammer on Sunday. But yeah, that was something to see. Nice cover of the 310 the hard way. Oh, I see. Yeah. Slim said that was when you were talking about the highest game you saw was around 230. Yeah, that is a great score when you're at nationals, no doubt. Because I'll tell you what, out of 6 games on this pattern for me at the OCs, I only had one over 230. And the others were way below as Brandon hits his 5th strike on lane 6. One of the others on the pair, hear him say, uh-oh, when it went out, but it came back up, made the move, and carried nicely.
Like I said, there's a couple of them that we can really just
Teddy Mans, a nice cover of the 1, 2, 4, and 7. Just getting enough of that head pin to get the spare.
I'd rather see it get
Looks like Kiefer's having a little trouble getting to the pocket. A few shots that missed right, and that one really jumped up. Unfortunately, his second shot did as well. So the young lady on lane 8 is wearing a Valparaiso sweatshirt. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that her name is Peyton Rowley, who, according to Valparaiso's current roster, is from Stewartville, Minnesota, which is not very far from where we are. And assuming all that is accurate, should be under the leadership of first-year head coach John Martin, who was kind enough to come on the show after he made the move to Indiana. Discussed his plans for the future of that program, and of course, what it's been like to be the father of Jillian Martin. All the success she's had over the years. And there's another strike for Cryer. He's got the front 6 now. Somebody else has the front 6 as well over on 3 and 4. Not exactly sure who that is, but we'll find out in a minute here. Wow, nice trip 2, along with a couple of others on lane 7. High fives all around. And that gentleman with the front 6 on 3 and 4 left a 10 pin on that last shot and covered it up.
Well, it's good to see you.
Well, the second day.
We came down and stayed at my brother's house. Oh yeah, I've had two of them. One was a really doozy one. I will. I told Hunter, don't be using mine up.
All right, so Cryer will be up on lane 6 in his 7th frame. He is A up on the scorer, if you can see that in the top left. And taking a re-rack. Sets himself right next to that ball return. Oh, great shot, but doesn't take down the 7. So a nice run for him. There's a nice shot for Kiefer Newman over there on 7. And a spare for Cryer. So that'll give him 169 through 6 with that spare up in 7. And we'll see if he can get back on it in the 8th frame here. So coming to the last few frames of Game 2 of qualifying here at the Rochester Holiday Match Games at Colonial Lanes. It's the second of 8 qualifying games, all scratch. And after tournament staff tabulates the scores, they will determine a top 16 that will advance to match play this afternoon and perhaps early evening. It's a double elimination bracket of single game matches. And when we get to the end of the day, the championship match will be right in front of us here on lanes 7 and 8. A big thank you and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to those of you tuning in live and on replay. If you're live, be sure to utilize that live chat feature to let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering for in this. You can use it for holiday greetings and just to say hello. You know, love to hear from you. Always enjoy when it's an interactive experience here in these tournament live streams. This is a 20-lane center with bowlers competing on each and every lane. Crowley's going to need to get some strikes going to get above 200. She's got 116 through 7 with a strike up in the 8th. Can't get that 10 to fall. Nice shot from Teddy Mans, 144 through 8 for him with a strike up in the 9th. Pryor comes up in the 9th. After a couple of 9 spares, looking to get back to striking, and he does. Takes out that 8. Still got 268 up there if he can get all 3 in the 10th. So we had a gentleman on 3 and 4 who started out with the front 6, went spare double, and is now shooting at that 2.458 that you can see on the left side of your screen. So he could cover that up and hit a fill ball strike for 255. And that would be the highest score I've seen so far today. But unfortunately, chopped it out. Or no, that would have been, he could have, yeah. 255 instead it's a 243. But still a tremendous game, relatively speaking, because we haven't seen a lot of high scores out here. At least not yet. But there's only been, to the end of the second game of qualifying. And these players will work on opening these lanes up a little bit. You would think at some point the scores will come. All right, so Pryor is up in the 10th on lane 5. Again, 208 through 8 with a strike up in the 9th. You'll see him come into your frame on the left and see how he finishes things up here. Slaps out the 7 for a double. And yeah, he's got a nice game going here. And there's another one. So he will be in the 260s with some count here on his fill ball, and just a great performance on this pair where we really haven't seen many games above 200, really. So, not sure what he had in game one, but certainly trying to make his way up the leaderboard as he finishes with 267. And a little applause from one of the other competitors that he's crossing with. I'm going to step away from the microphone here for just a moment while these guys finish up their 10th frame. I'll have it muted so you won't hear any audio for the moment, but I'll be back in just a moment here. All right, happened to catch a printout of the game one scores on my way by the front desk there. And as it stands, Justin Rice, after one, was in the lead at plus 56. SM Kuhn at plus 48. Anthony Bruno at plus 35. Brady Stearns at plus 32. And Aaron Freeman at plus 31. So Rice, the leader after one game, we actually see him right here on 5 and 6. I'm not sure exactly what he ended up with, but it wasn't over 200. The 16th place competitor after a game was Justin Schiffler, who's at +9. And again, they'll be taking the top 16 into match play after 8 games of qualifying.
Going good. I did. Saw him earlier. How's he going?
His first game was not the best, but now he's doing better. He had a 180.
Struggling right off the bat.
Yeah, I'm 30.
He already said he's an extra wild.
Yeah.
All right, so with 2 games in the books,
Good. 30 over, so good start.
we are moving on to the 3rd game qualifying, where we've got Tim Reynolds over here on 5 and 6, Dave Freeman on 7 and 8, along with Clayton Moore, Zach Ludemer, and others.
Oh, he did that last night.
Firehouse floor. And then you're like, that's the part that comes down for the kid. We'd love to have you right in that
Jason Cragen also in this group. Matthew Cleveland.
Well, we found where we don't want to be. Because it was in the middle of nowhere. There was no, I wanted to be, we know we want to be in an area where we kind of look at this thing and we actually found
There's a nice shot for Cragen, who was in the mix after a game for sure. He opened up with 217. By the way, Brandon Pryor had 224 his first game, so 224, 267, an excellent start for him through 2. Over on lane 8, you can see Brent Newman starting off his 3rd game. A little bit light, leaving 2-8. And we'll get our first look at Lulamer on lane 7. Got a favorable break on a high hit. And Newman takes care of that 2-8. Many of these guys will be in the running for the quintuple crown. You do have to bowl 3 of the 5 events to get into the money. Dan Chambers a little light, left a 2-pin. And Clayton Moore with a spare there on lane 7. That's a nice split conversion there for Aaron Freeman. 3, 6, 7, 10. Cragen with a quick double. See, he's one of the folks going to urethane, the purple hammer on that left side.
And it was really fun. That's why both of us say it was just fun.
And a strike for Dave Freeman. Not sure if there's any relation there, but we'll see. Newman connects with nice flush strike there. As does Ludemer. All right, here's the Cedarvale guy, Brent Prentice. Some fond memories of this tournament. Shot 2 800s. They were kind of easy, he says. Yeah, they've gotten a little more difficult in the past couple of years, but yeah, it's a great event with a lot of history. I'm fortunate enough that Scott Endersby is up here on lanes 5 and 6. He's another past champion of this event, and because he's here, I recognize that I had his last name spelled wrong on the graphic before. So quick made the correction, and I'll toss that up so you can get a look at the list of past champions here. Some great names. Brady Stearns, Chad Nelson, Jared Bushman, and of course our defending champion Trey Henriksmeyer, who is not here to defend his titles. He's off in Las Vegas bowling with his Wichita State team, but there he is on our list of past champions. Endersby, the 2020 champion here at Colonial Lanes. There he is, putting 10 back on lane 6. He's got 40 through 2 with a double in the 3rd and 4th. So off to a good start here in game 3. They have updated the Facebook page with the Game 1 scores. And you can see that on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. Looks just like that. As you can see, Justin Rice was top seed after a game. Justin Schiffler in the 16th spot. And again, we're taking 16 players into the double elimination match play this afternoon.
Oh, there he is. He walks in.
It's Cragen coming up on lane 6. He's got the front 3 going on right now. Make it 4.
Oh, I know that.
Wow. Freeman got just enough of that 10 pin, but sigh of relief, and he's on to the next. He's got 69 through 3 with that spare up in the fourth. Right? Anders B, a little light there. Even a 2.48. Brent says that was so long ago they had. I think he meant pin boys. Nice cover on that combination. We got that a little left, but it's okay. No worries. We all have them from time to time. Yeah. Let's see, Nate Waldhauser right in front of us here. Struck on this lane his last time up, and ooh, tough break in that solid 8 this time around. All right, Cragen's going to come into your screen on the left side. He's working on the front 4. Ooh, ringing 7. It's a good shot, though.
So far, so good.
Trying to take you out there.
And takes care of the spare to give him 109 through 4 with that spare up in the 5th. Endersby goes right through the face. And that's trouble. 4-6-7 for him.
Doing good. How about you? Good to see you. Doing good. Just hanging out, yeah. They just hang out. Yeah. Oh, Dad, actually, either it's happening or
And
it's
he'll
happening.
take two and
Exactly what it is.
try and rebound in the seventh.
You know, it's coming right up. You're gonna get your wish. Before I start growing hair. He is doing it, yeah. All right, I think I just want to say hi. Good to see you.
All right, so flat 10 for Ludemer as Cragen comes up in his sixth frame. And up high, but doesn't pay the price. got 7 and 10 to fall, and that's clean living right there. Chad Sherwood says, hi, all watching from the tip top of Alaska, Barrow, Alaska. And he says he's also known as wow. That's a mouthful. UTQIAGVIC. Utikyagovic, if you're spelling it phonetically. And if not, it's probably a lot easier. But thank you, Chad, for joining us today for this live stream of the adult holiday match games in Rochester, Minnesota at Colonial Lanes. We're about 2.5 games in to the qualifying round right now. And he says, looks like the lefties will run with this tournament. Well, we've certainly seen some good scores out of Brandon Cryer and Jason Cragen, who is on 5 and 6 right now, right in front of us. Cryer had a nice 267 in game 2, and both going with urethane right up the boards, up the twig for Cryer for sure. He said, yeah, they do have a solid look. Yeah. And yeah, in the early going, they're looking good, but with all these games, and I don't think they oil between the qualifying and match play. I might be mistaken on that. See if I can find out for sure, but yeah, if that's the case, everybody's going to be jumping in to some degree. So Chad says maybe when the lanes break down, the righties will get inside and start to open them up. Yeah. Seems like that's what happened last year. It was righty-righty in the final match. here's Simba cheering on my brother, Tim Reynolds from Houston, Texas. Well, thanks for checking it out. Live here with us. And Tim is on the pair right in front of us on 5 and 6. So we got to see him finish out game number 3, rather. Chad says in Barrow this time of year, you will not see the sun. Huh. Around here, you see it for, a few hours. That's about it. But, yeah, these are the shortest days of the year in terms of daylight. So, yeah, apparently in Barrow, Alaska, it's a lot shorter than most.
You oil between qualifying and match play?
No. And yeah, just confirmed from the tournament director, Tony Condon, that they do not oil before the match play round. So what you get is what you get. As Cragen hits a double in the 6th and 7th. Nice shot from Cleveland. Right through the heart of the 1-3 and took down all 10. Chad says you have to watch out for polar bears when you walk outside. Yeah. And Tom Cleveland says, let's go, Matt. Yeah, it's plenty cold here, but I can't say polar bears are a threat, thankfully. So be safe out there, Chad. There you go. There's a nice cover from Endersby. And Simba, here's your brother coming up on lane 5. Tim's got 92 through 7, so he's got some work to do to make something out of this, but he's got a few frames to work with here. And up high, he'll take aim at a 4-pin. And a spare for him on lane 5. So 92 through 7 with that spare up. And he'll try to get back on the strike train in the last couple frames here. Now Cragen working on a double is up on lane 6. And gets him to fall on the right side there. So 129 through 5, and the next 3 with a shot at something big here if he can continue this nice run he's had on 5 and 6. Matt Cleveland on 6, working on a double. All right. Got that one to come up from from the outside there. So he's got 84 through 5 with the last 3 after that. If you're looking for score updates, the place to go is on Facebook. It's the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. Right now you can see the scores after the first game of qualifying, but as we go here, they'll get those updated and you can see them from more recently in our qualifying rounds as well. And Reynolds with another 4-pin. And the spare up. He's got a nice fluid swing. Simple approach, and looks like he gets out of the ball pretty nicely. Oh, let's see a 7-9 on the shot like that, but unfortunately, there it is. So Tom wants to know, what's the pattern? Well, the pattern is something you may have taken on if you were at the 2024 USBC Open Championships. It's the one that they use for doubles and singles during that event. 42 feet long, ratio of 2.19 to 1, with 26.5 mils of oil out there. So certainly not a house shot, but yeah, that's what they started with. And again, if you didn't hear me a moment ago, the tournament director said they are not re-oiling before match play. So we'll see how these bowlers break this pattern down and what it looks like later on in the day when everybody's going to have to make some moves to stay with it. Yes, Brent Newman almost leaves a 7-10 in the pocket there, but takes out the 7. Here's Topher's bowling content. Where's the one and only Carter Westcott and Dawson Peterson? Well, we haven't seen Dawson just yet. Carter Westcott was on 7 and 8 to start. I want to say he had a low 200 in the first game. Dawson started out with 225, but I think Carter was a little less, maybe 2-0 or so. And again, as they update scores, you can find them on the Med City Weekend, Holiday Weekend Facebook page. And as luck would have it, they actually just put up an update there. So after 2 games, you can See what they've got. Hey. So there's the update. Can't say it's a huge surprise that you've got Brandon Pryor up top at plus 91. Brady Stearns at plus 70 in the second spot. Right behind him, Darren Galbraith at 45 over. Dave Ullman plus 41. And Dawson Peterson at plus 40. So he went 225 and then followed it up with a 215. After that, you got Dylan Hansen, Carter Westcott, both with 243 in game 2. Justin Rice, Pat Havda, and Wyatt Haneker rounding out the top 10. Again, they take 16 into the match play, and at 16th, you've got Tatum Lee, who we saw in game 1, holding that down. Aaron Freeman, who is just threw his shot on lane 8 and crumbled the right side after going to Brooklyn, is tied at plus 8 with Lee. So Lee and Freeman are the number right now at plus 8, but still plenty to go. So there you go, Toph. You got the update on Carter Westcott and Dawson Peterson. As you know, just kind of right place at the right time, right information when we needed it. So, but yeah, these guys that run this event are very good at getting scores up quickly and keeping us up to date on who is where and when and all that stuff. All right, Tim Reynolds hit the last 3 for 161. And he'll be off to his next pair for game 4. So Mason DeMars wants to know, what did Endersby shoot in game 3? I think he's still got a frame to go, maybe? No, I think that's his 198 up top. I'll double check with him, but I think that's his, the 198.
Hey Scott, were you A up there? 198?
Okay, thanks. Yep, that was his. 198. All right, so Cragen, meanwhile, has hit his first strike in the 10th. He's working on a 4-bagger now. He can hit these next 2 for 279. And gets the second one in the 10th. He's got a nice look there. You know, he's pretty close to where Brandon Pryor was playing, but I don't know if he's quite so far out. Maybe by a board or 2. But the same general area for sure. And tried a different ball, and that one didn't get up to the head pin, but 276. That's a heck of a game. And he'll take that any day of the week. Tom Cleveland says, God, the left side looks easy. I don't know. There's some scores on the, for the lefties, that's for sure, but Dave Ullman came up and told Cragen to stick with the blue one. Yeah, I can't imagine he's gonna stick with that one, but whatever the case. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Cleveland finishing up here. You can take down this spare and get a strike to get 213. Okay, there's the spare.
I saw it. That's why I wanted it. Just kidding. Probably by this. How if you were here, you'd be
And an 8 count will give him 211 in this third game of qualifying. So they'll move on to their next pair, and we'll concentrate on these gentlemen on 7 and 8, including Brent Newman, who is working on a double, but has had some struggles this game. He's got 113 through 8 with those 2 strikes up. This is his second ball in the 10th. And through the nose for a split. So he will be in the low 150s, but yeah, I need to make up some ground to catch up with the leaders, as you've got a couple people who might be above 700 after the first 3. So, I'm sorry, the high 150s, 159 is what Brent ended up with.
It's ready now.
So a double in the 10th for Zach Ludemer. Big Toph wants to know, how many games is it and how big is Colonial Bowl? So it is 8 games of qualifying, and it's just one qualifying squad. So you've got everybody here right now. They'll take the top 16 into match play, and then it's single game double elimination match play. So 16 people, double elimination. You're going to have some games. But everybody bowls the first 8. Colonial is a 20-lane center, and they're using all 20 of the lanes. So they were going to cap the field at 80. And I'm not sure if they got a full 80 players or if there were a couple less than that. I know that over the past couple days they had filled the field and then not. So yeah. So we'll say close to 80 in this field. Ludemer finishes 175. And Waldhauser gets that 7 out of there for his 5th in a row. He'll salvage a 220 if he can hit the next two. 224. And then he gets the next one. That's Stella.
Excuse me. I was going to think about coming down today.
Give me that. Hey! Yeah, I made it. Probably less than
All right, so we are on to game 4 now in the qualifying here. Big thank you to everyone who's tuning in live today as we bring you coverage of the adult holiday match games. Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota is the site, as it has been for many, many years.
Oh, no. Right in front of it now. Yeah.
So we'll get our first look at Dave Ullman, who is crossing with Tony Bruno and Brady Stearns, Wyatt Honecker. They're all on 5 and 6, or I'm sorry, 7 and 8. And on 5 and 6, you've got Jerry Holdorf and some of the folks that we saw in our first qualifying game, Jared Bushman, Carter Westcott, along with Dawson Peterson. Jason Moberg on lane 7, who made a deep run in the youth match games last year. He's now here bowling the adult version. A nice cover of the washout by Jerry Holdorf. Couple spares to start things out. Game 4.
Hey, DP, it's a graduation card. It's been in my car for a while. It's actually still made by some bars. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
There's Jared Bushman, who is a 2-time winner of this event, going up high and leaving a 2.47. To his right is Brady Stearns. He's also won a couple of these, and he hits a strike in his second frame. Nice break for Westcott, the one and only. And Peterson starts out with the first two.
No, she's got all of her money in action.
So I like how that worked out. You know, Topher's asking about them, and 10 minutes later, they're both right in front of us. Good morning, Brock. Good to see you on live. Jerry was asking me why I wasn't bowling here, and I would hope that if I was bowling, that Brock would, would ball rep me, because he's pretty good at that. You can catch up with the score updates on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. And they've got updates from the first 2 games of qualifying so far. Wow, Brady Stearns gets that 4-pin to fall. I'm sure he enjoyed seeing that. Off to the left, you'll see Josh Kennedy come into the frame on lane 5. He is the points leader in the quintuple crown going into this event. And Westcott with the first 3. Off to the right, Dave Ullman hits front 4. So it looks like they're opening up a little bit for some of these guys. Jerry didn't like the look of that, and that's why. Right through the nose. So matching 4, 6, 7s for Soren Weatherstone and Jerry.
Yep, so Lee just had heart surgery.
A little light for Bushman. He'll try and run down a 3-pin. Dawson Peterson going 10 back for the front 4.
Oh, see, I think Reggie put 2 names down.
Yeah,
And Westcott pushed that one past the head pin, so he'll try and cover that 1, 2, 4, 10 washout. As Stella takes down the 4 and 7 on a high hit. Now Ullman right in front of us on lane 7, going and working on the front 4 and try to make it 5 in a row. Ugh, that's 6 right around the 10. Strike for Kennedy. So a couple opens in the first 4 frames, but they'll try and make up some ground here in the second half of this 4th game of qualifying. Just watching Honecker's last shot, man. Threw it good, but that 9 just would not go. Rocky Harrison, I see you, man. Says I get to watch this while I'm at the tire shop. Awesome. All right. So we are 3.5 games into our qualifying round here at the adult holiday match games in Rochester, Minnesota at Colonial Lanes. Got a field of close to 80 bowlers, and they'll be taking the top 16 into single game double elimination match play. And from there, the field gets whittled down until we have a final 2. They'll square off right here in front of us on 7 and 8, and then we'll crown a champion. All right, Carter Westcott coming off an open in the 4th, but had the front 3 before that. And a little high and leaves the 9. Dawson Peterson on the far right, going for the front 5. But he goes light and leaves the split. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate you tuning in live. Always like to see you guys utilizing the live chat. Let us know who you're cheering for and where you're watching from. helps us make this an interactive experience. So Rocky wants to know what's the lane pattern. And Rocky, if you were at the Open Championships last year, you're familiar with this one. It's the 2024 doubles and singles pattern from that event, 42 feet long, a ratio of 2.19 to 1 with 26.5 mils of oil. So certainly not a house condition, but playable. It's been, I'd say, tough but fair so far.
Slowing it down is kind of hard. Like, you must be feeling better.
Okay.
Pick everything up. Put this in. Move this. Do that. Okay.
As Kennedy hits a double in his 5th and 6th. Over on 7, Brady Stearns coming off a strike in the 5th and makes it a double. So Rocky says he loved that pattern and says the Motive EXJ Venom is excellent for that pattern. Yeah. I loved it a little less than you did. But that's okay. That was the first time I had ever been to the Open Championships. So, didn't expect to, didn't expect to kill it right off the bat, but fun event to bowl though. Glad I finally got to do it.
So, here's just classic.
Tom Cleveland said same. The singles and doubles pattern was very fun. Yeah, the guys I was bowling with did the Bowler's Journal right before we did doubles and singles, and I opted not to. And I think that was a good move. Scores didn't reflect it, but just wanted to have enough energy to get through the 6 games. As Dawson Peterson comes back with a strike in his 6th frame. Stella trips another 4. That's 3 in a row for him.
Matt, so I've been working at -18. Hanging in there.
And strike for Westcott, who now has 104 through 5 with that strike up in the 6th. Man, another just killer 9-pin for Honecker. Both of them on that lane, too. That's tough. I mean, it's easy to sit back here and say, oh, he threw a great shot, but, you know, to keep getting punished for it time and time again is a little difficult on the psyche. And there's a double for Jerry, 85 through 5 with strikes in the 6th and 7th. Ooh. That one right through the face. And we'll see how he goes after this big split. Take 3, 130 through 7 for Westcott. All right. Well, it looks like we've got some scores to update. That was? Of course. The one that's for me, and I'm looking down at the scores. Anyway, here are the latest score totals. Brandon Cryer up 48 on the field right now at plus 147. Darren Galbraith behind him at 99 over, and then you've got Ullman at 96, Cragen at plus 81, and Honecker at plus 67. After that, you got Brady Stearns at plus 63, Pat Hovda at plus 50, Dawson Peterson at plus 49, Sam Kuhn at plus 42, and John Holmes. I wonder if that's John Holmes. That's going to be my guess. At plus 41. The 16th place bowler right now got another tie for 16th with Eric Egan and Matt Kirkham both at plus 20. So that's where they stand through 3. I'm going to guess that that's John Holmes and not Holmes. We'll see. Just past the noon hour, about quarter afternoon right now on Saturday, as we make our way through the adult holiday match games, Rochester, Minnesota. I think Weatherstone knew exactly what was going to happen there. At least he reacted like he did. Jerry tastes another one. I don't know. He commented once earlier on and nothing since then. So. And Dawson Peterson, nice shot on 7 there. Stella, come here.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get a live reaction here because Al says that you should flex those guns.
Flex those guns. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So he's watching.
Okay.
He's
All right.
Oh
yeah. All right. All right. Here we go.
Funny. Yeah, he's working on 4 in a row right now. Couldn't trip that too. But it looks like he's playing in the same vicinity as Jerry is on this pair. There we go. So he's got 157 through 7 with that spare up in the 8th. Another bad break for Honecker. That's tough. Needed some of those strikes to fall this game. He's got 148 through 9. Kennedy packs one in the 9th there. Oh. Never a good feeling when you leave an 8-10 like that. But so try for one and move on to the 10. So yeah, Stella's a character. It's good stuff. So if I'm not mistaken, I think this is Jeff Walther on lane 6 here. He had the front 3, 9 spare, and then 4 more after that. He's up in the 9th right now. Yeah, he gets the most out of every shot for sure. And got that light shaker to fall. He'll go into the 10th with a possible 279 if you can take it off the sheet. And yeah, thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. Yeah. So a lot of these guys don't have their names on the backs of their shirts, and some I know, but I'm gonna say there are probably more here that I don't know than those that I do. So. Oh. Yeah, tough break for Stella there. See if they can stay clean and make a spare anyway. He had one open in the first, but other than that, a pretty nice game going on. All right, covered it up. And 4-9 for Kennedy. This has been a tough pair for him. He'll be probably in the 160s or so, and yeah, I gotta think that he was hoping to do quite a bit better than that. So 157, I should say. Yeah, he was in 15th coming into this game, so we'll have some work to do afterwards. Strike for Ullman, and he ends up with 197. A couple of opens in the 6th and 8th were what affected him in that game. Stearns just got enough of that 4-pin to push it over. All right, Jerry coming off of that split in the 9th and try and get a couple strikes here to get back to 200. He didn't like the look of that, but the result's okay. Yeah. And Stearns finishes with a strike in the fill ball for a 187. And Walther knew that was gone right away, so he can still get to the 250s if he covers this up and gets some count on the fill ball. That one went high for Jerry again, so he'll have 191 if he can cover both of these. And he does. So 191 for him.
Oh, there he is. Oh, now he does.
We'll see Walther coming up here on lane 5 for his fill ball. And gets 9 out of it. So 255 is a nice game for him. And that will likely send him up quite a bit in the standings. And strike for Moberg. That's his first in the 10th. 128 through 9 with that strike up, so he can get to 158 if he hits 2 more. Jared Bushman's going to be in the 170s. Or 180s, I should say. He had a double up there, so they'll reset that pin for him. He covers it up and be 186. Meanwhile, Peterson hits his first in the 10th and implores Westcott to do the same, and he does. Oh. Told him he was number 1. So Westcott off to the left here, and he needs this for 200, and does not. Peterson will have 244 if he hits this one. And he does. Nice game for Dawson. Half pocket 7 pin for Stella.
Who the fuck was that? Excuse my French. There's a lot of them.
And makes quick work of that 7 pin. He can strike for 215. And that'll do that full ball. After the.
That's right.
Yeah.
And probably use some language you don't want to hear.
Okay.
What they haven't heard already.
So you're talking, you're doing a play-by-play
There you go. The guns.
Yeah, people play it. He does a good job. He's very talented.
You have to be. You got to make lighthearted or something.
All right, so that'll take us to the halfway point here. I will be right back. Put this on mute so you won't hear any audio as we start Game 5, but I assure you, I will be back.
Okay.
All right, back at it for Game 5 of qualifying at the Adult Holiday Match Games. Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota is the venue. And we've got the Kiefer Newman group back on 5 and 6.
I haven't thrown a bowling ball in probably 20 years. Toss or roll or whatever else you say.
Yeah, I did vacation, so I just had. I tried and then I had Monday, Tuesday, and then
We finished off Game 5, or Game 4 rather, by watching Carter Westcott give his buddy Dawson Peterson a double bird. As Peterson struck out for a 244 he ended up with. And then Phil Stellmaker, who always has something to say, pulled out the guns. He was a shade above 210. So 4 more games of qualifying. Again, they're cutting to the top 16. And after the first 3, that number was plus 20. So hit strikes when you can, make a lot of spares, and you're at least in the running.
I think I'm watching the top of it. You're 13.1, and that guy down there is 28.6. I think you got 28.6. It might have that pin for 6. Oh. Throw the bowling ball. That's just with a golf club. Drop it a little bit.
It's always been my problem. I've always been too fast, so I keep trying to slow it down. But
yeah.
Big thank you to all of you who are watching live today. Appreciate it. And to those of you watching on replay, appreciate that too. If you're on live, utilize that live chat feature. Let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're cheering for, what you're doing on the holidays, what you're having for lunch.
Is that her? I've never met her.
The choice is yours. And if you're watching replay, leave a comment. Let us know how we're doing.
Okay, I've only met her dad.
I say us like there's more than one of me, but really it's just me.
I think I've met your husband. You guys borrowed my trailer, the dump trailer.
But it's a fantastic event here at Colonial Lanes in Rochester.
What do you see of him? I know the list is going to be long.
If you're trying to follow scores, the place to do that is the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. They're updating them with excellent frequency and in short order, which is always appreciated. We'll follow the final 4 games of qualifying for you right here, and then when it's time for the match play to start, that will be on a separate link. You can find that in the description of this video. Or if you look on the channel for the Quintuple Crown playlist, you can find the video for the link for the match play, and also the live stream of the Champions Pro Shop Open, which was the second jewel in the Quintuple Crown. Off to the right, you'll see William Jones, who won the first event in the series at Southway Bowl in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Wow. Nice shooting. Made the spare and didn't hit the deadwood.
My favorite chair.
So this is Zach Condon on lane 7. Chops the spare. Man, tough break.
It's like all red. It's better. It's Wednesday, but it was really, really good.
Oh, by the way.
Nice shot there from Teddy Mans coming off a pair of opens. Gets back on it with a strike on 6.
There you go. You have to actually go over there.
I've never done it.
You can pull into a stall,
Yeah.
or you could say, yeah.
If you're going to get up with stuff, you're probably going to park.
Good job. Go inside.
Yeah.
Right inside the door, you can tell where you're checking out. Pick up. Then there's a mark time in the road. Or you can pull into a stall, walk quick, and press 2.
Are these tenders yours?
They're a little hot.
Have a great night.
I went to Walmart yesterday and had that check in front of the dash and get some stuff.
Is there a time that it needs to be?
Between 12:30 and 1 was my slot. You might have to actually do that first.
Okay.
And then go in and shop it.
Okay.
It's cold out.
Okay.
But it's ice cream and frozen Pepsi. But
They must have alternately.
what's that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't fucking mind it. I use it all the time. I love it. I just take the gun.
Oh, I like that.
Jones was one of the bowlers who made the match play in Owatonna at the Champions Pro Shop Open. I do not recall if he was in the field for lacrosse or not. There you go. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, Will Jones bowled lacrosse but missed the cut. Okay. So then this will be his fourth of the 5 quintuple crown events. That makes him a qualifier for the points and the money for the point getters and all that good stuff.
Will Cody and the kids come? No.
That's why.
People 29 in this room. 29 against each other and it's loud as hell.
There's just on a normal basis. Even if you're visiting somewhere, you know why you're there, that means you better keep out of there to get it out. But
So I just don't, you know, it's not what it used to be.
Oh yeah.
I get it.
It's not what it was. You know, it used to be about hanging out with family and doing that kind of. Now it's about what are we getting? You know? And that just drives me crazy.
That's selfish. Yeah. My dad, just like Andrew, he's always like, I don't care what I get.
My mom, what do you want? I don't care.
Damn it.
She knows to get her birthday that one.
This has been a tough pair for Condon. 3 splits now in 5 frames.
She knows.
Jones trying to turn his 3rd frame strike into a double. And gets that 4 to fall. So there's a double for him, and he's off to a good start.
Put this on and figure you out. Look at the effect you're having on your old man, Zach. No, I'm watching the redhead.
So maybe I can figure out who this gentleman is on the right who has the front four. Because now he's got the front five. And that would be important to know. Jones breaks up the split on 7, and you just have the 6-10 to deal with. Okay, there you go. That's Dylan Hansen. Okay. Thanks, Nick. You're really bailing me out of these today. But yeah, he's got the front 5 now. And after 3, he was at plus 27, which is good for 13th place. So he's got plenty of incentive to keep that string going.
That one, I see Zach's girlfriend got it.
Stella could feel the pain of that 8-10, that's for sure. It's almost like he left it himself.
I don't know if I could have sat through it. I was trying to pull your trip last Saturday. You could have got the $4 I'm like, I could probably make it up. But you're going to defeat the price of the ticket. I have to pay for hotel. I don't know if I want to drive from the block to one home, or I don't think I could have sat that long. I could sit 45 minutes in the truck. It's comfortable because I can put my leg out, I was going to go Thursday to get the car last week. I
Okay, this is Elijah Raymond working on a four-bagger. Up high, leaving a four-pin. He had an open in the first, but bounced back well since then. Oh, nice cover from
nice job, Zach. Nice
Peyton
job.
Rowley. All right. Hansen working on the front five. He's the one up on 7 right now. Make it 6. Got a nice look from that inside line. It's paying the dividends right now. Brandon Cryer, who was the tournament leader after 3, is over on 3 and 4. He's got a spare in the first with a 4-bagger after that.
He has the right ball in his hand from John right now, and I don't. Yeah, you can switch it down. You just can't alter your equipment with your well, yeah, but you can't use a solvent. Probably use a dry rag.
Ooh. Nice shot of that split from Rowley. He's Got 100 through 7. But yeah, the splits have taken their toll. 3 of them this game. Now Hansen will be up on lane 8, working on the front 6.
Good job. Golf clap for that one. Beating your old man? What's the 841? That's your total right now, or no? How's that? He's at -29. You suck. Ain't my problem. It's your problem. You're the damn bowler. Not anymore. I was. That's why I don't bowl. I just play golf.
And Hansen gets the 7 to drop. Wow. Never hurts to get a nice break when you're on a run like that.
Huh? There'll be a lot more. Everything in the day is based off 200, Zach. Everything today is based off their ever money.
Yeah, Jones has thrown some nice shots this game, but it's been tough to get anything together with the corners. He's kept it clean, though.
I think everything. The new group now. 7 in Minnesota.
And there's another spare. So he's got 126 through 6 with a spare in the 7. In the 7 for William Jones.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you a t-shirt made. There's a big red machine. Big red machine right in the back. Yeah? I'll have my mom embroider it.
I had to.
Oh, a nice messenger taking out the 10 for Rowley.
Oh, really? It's kind of funny because a lot of people come to like, I don't know if it's way but it's not really around.
This game, right now,
yeah.
This is so Coach Martin gets to see it. No? No. So Raymond can cover this up. I'll have 158 through 7 if he does. Unfortunately, he didn't, so 166 through 8. And that'll bring Dylan Hansen up with the front 7 going so far. This is his 8th frame. Caught a nice break, taking out the 7 on a light hit his last time up. Let's see if he can get another one here. Yes, sir. Flushed it. So the front 8 for Hansen. Should have an update on the scores coming up pretty soon. Find out our totals after the first 4 games of qualifying.
Yeah, no. I saw that, Zach. The top 16. 16.
All right, so now we've got our score update for after the first 4 games. Pull that up for you. And Cryer maintaining his lead, another 258. It's gone 220, 260, 250, 250. That is a tough act to follow. Pacing the field, 101 better than second place, Darren Galbraith. And don't look now, but he can shoot 260 if he hits the next 4 in the 9th and 10th. And Hansen leaves a 10 pin. You'll see Cryer's shot on the left on lane 3, crossed over and left a 6 pin. Anyway, so he is your leader so far. Galbraith second. Dawson Peterson with that 244 has propelled himself into third, into a tie for third with Dave Ullman. Both of them at 93 over. Then Jason Cragen at plus 71. Jeff Walther, who we saw shoot the 255 right in front of us here, is up to plus 60. Hansen, who did cover that spare, is at plus 53 coming into this game, so he will definitely add to that total. Brady Stearns at plus 50 in 8th place. Pat Havda at plus 38 in 9th. And Wyatt Honecker at plus 35 in 10th place. Right now, the number, there's a tie for 15th and 16th at 27 over between Matt Flowen and Michael Skinner, with Caleb Johnson a shade below them at plus 21 and Isaiah Sample at plus 16. Again, you can find these scores on Facebook on the Med City Holiday Weekend page. Holiday Weekend page looks like this. And you can follow along as we go.
Not bad, right? Not bad. So I'm just having a little beer here. I got a little intermission.
I'll be back in just a second here. Going to shut the microphone off, but you'll still be able to see what's going on. Give me just a second. All right, everyone, back into it with game 6 of qualifying. Dylan Hansen ended up with a nice 269 game in game 5. It's hard to say that Brandon Cryer took his foot off the gas. I mean, 235 is hardly laying down, but that is his lowest score of the day. And right now it's Mr. Cryer and everybody else because he's got a commanding lead on the field.
Okay, I gotta set it down. Set it down from the low. No hook. I knew I missed it.
After 4, he was at plus 205. And with that 235, he'll add to it, and he'll be plus 240 after 5 once we get that score update. And I know Tom Cleveland made the comment about the left, but right now there are only 2 lefties in the top 10. Or, if you want to say the other side of the coin, there are 2 lefties in the top 10. Get our first look at Hunter Diepenbrock. We're trying to figure out a date and time and venue and all that to bowl head-to-head. I don't think it's going to be much of a match. He's pretty good. But anything for content.
My patience is wearing out with these stupid lights. It was fine. What I said. Exactly. Yeah, but wait.
All right, Nate Waldhauser on lane 6, working on that strike in the first, flat 10. He's had a tough day. But, you know, when the shot's a little more demanding and you've got, you know, 90 or so pins to make up, go on a run, right? That's how you do it. All right, over on lane 8, you have Patrick Havda coming into the frame. He was in 9th after 4 games at plus 38. And he's got the front 3. So trying to make a move up the standings in these last 3 games.
Are we all?
And that shot from Hovda a little right. Didn't quite climb the hill. So he'll have 58 after 2 and spare to make it 78 through 3. Hooked it, got the 2, but not the 8, so he'll settle for 86 through 4. A big thank you to everyone who's watching live. Be sure to utilize that live chat feature. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, what you want for Christmas, how much travel you have to go this weekend. Hopefully everyone gets a chance to spend time with family and friends and have a great end to the holiday season. Nice shot from Diepenbrock. Quick double in the 3rd and 4th.
No, yours are like yours are
forget, we'll have coverage of the match play coming up after our qualifying round is done. This is on a separate link, which you can find in the description of this video and on the Quintuple Crown playlist on the channel. So after these next few games are done and the scores are tallied, be sure and join us as we whittle the field down to 16 advancers, and then 1 by 1 or 2 by 2 until we crown a champion.
That's how we do it. Trying to use it
Going tomorrow too.
I appreciate it.
So Diepenbrock is one of the youth players who is bowling both today and then again tomorrow in the youth match games, which is right back here at Colonial Lanes. Just to the right of where we are is the tournament leader, Brandon Cryer. He's got 57 through 3 with a strike up in the fourth. Had a late tap on the 7 to get it down for that last strike, but got the job done. And he has just been cruising.
I was rejected, right? That was like a
So up on the scorers, it says projected cut after 5 is plus 21. So pretty close to where we were after 4, too. Oh, a nice break for Diepenbrock, who trips the 4-7-10 out.
oh yeah.
So Brock wants to know 7 or 8 games. It's an 8-game qualifier. So right now we're in game 6. So, this one and then 2 more. And they'll cut to the top 16. And they're switching pairs every game, but they'll bowl a game on like 5 and 6 and then jump 2 pairs to 11 and 12. So skip over 2 pairs to the next one. And they are not re-oiling before match play. So by the late going here, I venture to guess they're going to be a little crispy.
Son of a bitch.
Right now, Brandon Cryer is up on lane 10, so you'll see his shot on the right side of the screen. Working on the strike in his 4th frame. And we can get the 7 to fall.
Tell me what to do. Yeah. I can't see, so
And now we've got some scores after 5. So we can bring those up for you. Again, remember, if you go to the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page, that's where you can find all these score updates. Brandon Cryer, as we mentioned, plus 240, leading the pack by a lot. Dylan Hansen with that 269 has jumped into second at plus 122. And you got Jason Cragen in third at plus 104. Dave Ullman at plus 86 in 4th place. And Brady Stearns at plus 71 in 5th. From there, it's Dawson Peterson at plus 64. Jeff Walther at plus 63. Darren Galbraith at plus 62, Wyatt Honecker at plus 60, and Clayton Moore at plus 51. Just saw him strike on lane 5. Right now, the cut line as mentioned on the scoreboards is plus 21, and that's John Holmes. You've got Stella at plus 19, Isaiah Sample at plus 16, Chad Nelson at plus 14. And keep in mind, he had a rough go the first three, but since then he's gone 246, 220. So, like I said earlier, the run's going to come. You just don't really know when. Aaron Littlefield at plus 11, Sam Kuhn at plus 4. So there are plenty of bowlers that are right there within a couple marks of the cut. So that'll make for a pretty exciting finish here to our qualifying. Hey, Dana Wright checking in. Good afternoon, Feth. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us live as we cover the 2024 Adult Holiday Match Games. This is Game 6 of the 8-game qualifying round. All scratch, of course, bowling on the doubles and singles pattern from the 2024 USBC Open Championships. And it's playing pretty tough. Right now the number is plus 21. But with 3 games to go, of course, that could change a lot. And really the story of the day has been Brandon Pryor, who is just mowing them down as he hits a strike in his 6th frame. He's got 97 through 5 with a strike in the 6th. And his lead over the field has ballooned to almost 120 pins. If you've seen him bowl enough and you know his game, you know he loves playing the gutter. And that is where the shot has been for him today, and he is taking full advantage. Patrick Hovda, who is right in front of us on lane 7, has been in the cut most of the day. However, he's coming off a 154 that took him out of the cut. He's going into this game at -8. So working on a double here, make it 3 in a row as he tries to climb his way back into the top 16. So this is a tournament with decades of history in Rochester. It's also one of the 5 jewels of the Quintuple Crown, along with the Southway Open, the Champions Pro Shop Open, Lacrosse Open, and then the JMOs Open later on in early February. You can see the winners so far here: William Jones, Matt Payne, and Tom Hess, with victories in this tournament series. There is extra money for the high point finishers, and to get into that club, you have to enter at least 3 of the events.
You would say that.
It's YouTube. Make a big mistake or no mistake, right? Yeah, when the pattern gets tough like this, it's you gotta do a couple different things wrong at one time, otherwise not gonna strike.
I thought that one was sign. City.
Nice shot for Havda, but ends up with a flat 10. And tell he wanted that one.
I mean, I have
Al is back in the building.
We have 4. Freeman's right here.
Cryer has 146 through 7 with a spare up in the 8th. Again, he's the tournament leader through the first 5 games, and nobody else in the field is particularly close at this point. But yeah, it's once you get past the qualifying, it's head-to-head matches, so a lot can happen despite your seeding in that. But the focus is to make that top 16 and let the chips fall where they may. And right now the cut line is plus 21. So plenty of people that are close to that number, and certainly can make a run and jump in there if they do well down the stretch. So Hubda ends the game on a 5-3 in the 10th for 208. That'll get him back to even. But he'll need to get something going in the last 2, and you know he feels like he squandered an opportunity there. Nice strike from Zach Rudemer. So that'll bring up Clayton Moore in the 9th. Again, he was well within the number at plus 51 after 5. He's had the last 3, but a couple of splits right before that. So he can hit the next 4 for 222. But he'll need to he'll need to I'll need to get something going here to keep it up. Got a little crowd too. There's 4 guys gathered around to see what he does here. He's pretty deep in, but he's had the look the last few shots.
He's all right.
Oh, didn't on that one. Jumped up and left him Greek church. So he's got 153 through 9. And yeah, he'll need to get something going here in the 10th, because 51, only 30 pins separates him with the cut, so he needs to get some strikes going and then put the pedal down in the last 2. Cryer is coming off an open, and that's the first time I've said that in a while, but he's got 172 through 9, and he's up in the 10th right now. Great shot, but stone to 9. But if there's anyone who can afford to lose a few pins, it's Cryer, because he's got a commanding lead over this field right now, and he can still strike for 192. And he gets him to fall for a 192 game. So he's coming in at plus 240, so he'll be at plus 232 going into the 7th game of qualifying. Not bad. Not a bad place to be. Okay, I'm going to turn the microphone off for a second. I'll be right back with you. All right, so the group on lanes 7 and 8 just started their 7th game of qualifying. We're going to get there as soon as we get our group on 5 and 6. And this is Isaiah Sample over on lane 8, starting off with a double. The group on 5 and 6 includes Dave Ullman and Tony Bruno, Dawson Peterson, Wyatt Honecker, and Brady Stearns.
It's healing. It's healing. You know what to do? I'm gonna go down. That is true. I mean,
There's a spare for Josh Peters, who is showing me his score sheet. Not all that happy about it, but he's out here giving it his all. So there's that.
So we're gonna do the last call on the raffle ball. We're just gonna keep selling tickets up here at the counter. Right now, we only have $140 in it right now. So it's a new idle pearl, so it's pretty decent ball.
Good luck. Good luck. Yes.
and cheering. No. Oh my God! Wow.
There's Dawson Peterson coming into the frame on lane 5. Oh, great shot, but 7 stood. So after 5, he was at plus 64, which was good for 6th. And we'll likely get an update to find out how things stand after 6 games shortly.
should have been 2 years minimum. 6, 7, 10.
So that's a double for Ullman to start on 5 and 6. He's another one who's well within the top 16 going into game 6.
The hard part is I have to try to get the money figured out by the time.
Perfect strike for Stearns, who has 20 in the first with that strike up in the second. Again, tomorrow, the youth holiday match games right back here at Colonial Lanes. That's the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour version of what we have today. Similar format. And some of the most talented bowlers in the state of Minnesota and beyond. All right here, competing for scholarship money. The shot for tomorrow's event is a little different. Al has that listed on the Med City Holiday Weekend page. $10 back for Peterson. He's got 20 in the first as well. So Cryer, who was on 9 and 10 in Game 6, should be on 15 and 16. Which means I think he finished the day on 1 and 2. There's a double for Peterson. You might recall the Sunday of last year's Med City holiday weekend was the day that he officially committed to bowl at UW Whitewater.
So what?
So 3 in a row for Brady Stearns, who probably has some work left to do here. Well, he was plus 71 after 5. So we'll see where he ended up after the 6th game, but should be pretty well within the cut number as long as game 6 was decent. Riley Howe coming up on 7 as soon as he re-racks.
Can't do it on
The
that,
pin
Riley.
setter. Working on a strike in the 5th.
We're good. 7.
He was minus 16 after 5. There's another strike for Peterson. Make it 3 in a row for him.
I'm good. I don't have any money.
I've been all right for about the first 2 games.
So there's 4 in a row for Honecker. Meanwhile, Stearns, who will come into frame on the left side of the screen, is working on the last 3. There's 4 for him as well. Same deal with John Holmes here on lane 7. He's got the last 3. And make it 4.
Okay. I don't know. Not here.
And after 5, John was the number plus 21. So he needs to strike and strike often to stay in the cut. Peterson got that one past the break point. Left himself with a washout. It's a fine line when you're playing that deep in. You want to give it enough speed to get through the heads. Ooh, almost made it. Enough speed to get through the heads, enough on it to get it to turn the corner.
I mean, I hope
and can be a little too easy to get it a little too far down lane. Sometimes that's the result. Meanwhile, Stearns absolutely pasted another one. So he's got the last 5. We'll see Holmes come into frame on the right side of your screen. He's working on 4 in a row. And he's got 5. Dawson Peterson setting himself up in front of the ball return now. Yep, he did not like that one. And 7 and out, so he'll have 110 through 6. And he'll try to rally late to salvage a decent game here. This is the 7th of 8 games of qualifying. After game 8, they'll tabulate the scores, and the top 16 will move on to single game double elimination match play. You'll find the link to that live stream in the description of this video, or you can also go to the Quintuple Crown playlist on the channel and you'll find it there too. Another strike for Holmes. He's got the last 6 now. Great shot from Brady Stearns, but it's a ringing 10 there. And dead on the spares, so 159 through 6 with a spare up in the 7th. The projected cut after 6 is now plus 23, as posted on the scoring machines here. I imagine we'll have a score update after 6 games sometime soon. All right, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us for the 2024 Adult Holiday Match Games here at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. This is Game 7 of the 8-game qualifying block. We're looking at Dawson Peterson right now, who narrowly avoided a 4-6 there. Tripped out the 6. We'll just have the 4 to shoot at. He's got 110 through 6 with a strike up in the 7th. And he is one of the players who is pretty well within the cut right now. But the story today is Brandon Cryer, who has been head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Coming into Game 6, he was 118 pins ahead of second place. He did shoot a 192, I think, in the 6th game, but he'll have a lead going into this one. Dave Ullman goes through the nose for a split 4-7-10. Not a favorable result, as you could see by his reaction. Hey, we got 10-pin Ben Marston. How you doing? Good to see you. And welcome to live bowling in Rochester, Minnesota. Glad you're here.
I'm not doing much better.
Ullman takes 1 out of that split and has 163 through 9. So he'll try to rally in the 10th, get a double, and get out of here with minimal damage. He says it's pretty good. I'm doing well. Doing well. It's a long day of bowling here, but it's good to be streaming live. We've got almost 80 in the field today. Eh, 74 in the field today. And right now, I believe the cut line is about plus 23, so that can tell you something about the degree of difficulty out here. Got some guys starting to migrate in front of the ball return on the right lane, for the right-handers anyway. keep in mind, they are not re-oiling before match play, so it's only going to get drier. Right now, Ben, it's pretty dry. The shot was 42 feet. It's the same shot that was in the doubles and singles portion of the USBC Open Championships last year, or this year, I should say, in Las Vegas. And while the shot, at least on the right, started relatively out, now it seems like guys are moving a lot farther in. And with a lot of match play games to go, things could get a little interesting coming down the stretch. Last year at this event, it was Trey Henriksmeyer taking the title. In fact, he came back on Sunday and took the youth title as well. There are some of the other past champions, along with Trey, Jared Bushman, Brady Stearns, Scott Endersby, all in the field today, as is Matt Kirkham and Chad Nelson, all previous champions here in Rochester.
That was it. Gotta make this game nice, and then a nice last game, and it's in the ball. It's in Beth's hands from there.
Time to rally, right?
Time to rally.
Time to rally, Stella. All right, so we've got updated scores now after Game 6. Remember, you can find these on Facebook on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. Brandon Cryer maintaining his lead at plus 232. Dylan Hansen, the closest to him, at plus 115. Both of them were in the 190s in Game 6. From there, Dave Ullman, who is just finished out with 182 in third at plus 97 through Game 6. Justin Schiffler had kind of a slow start, but rebounded with a 276 in Game 4 and a 268 in Game 6. He's at plus 92. Carter Westcott at plus 90 in fifth. From there, Jason Cragen, Darren Galbraith, Dawson Peterson, Brady Stearns, and Wyatt Honecker rounding out the top 10. You're watching Stearns up on lane 6 right now. And Honecker is in this group as well. So is Dawson Peterson. Cut score after 6 games is plus 23, and that's Clayton Moore. Stearns with a strike in the fill ball can finish with 258. There it is. So 258 is going to propel him into likely into the top 5 or 6 maybe. And not a bad time to have a little momentum with one more game of qualifying left to bowl. Dawson Peterson trying to implore that bowling ball to climb the hill, but just a little light in the pocket. And he's left with a 7-pin. Spare strike would give him 190. And a nice strike in the fill ball for 190. Certainly a good time to make a run. Chad Nelson over on 1 and 2 had 6 in a row before putting it through the middle for that big split you see off to the left. And he needs every stick. It's 3 out of the 5 there. It's got 191 through 8. So in good position to gain some pins here. After 6, he's plus 10 and in 18th place. So creeping up on that cut number. As Josh Kennedy hits a strike on lane 4, and he can punch out for 249. Now the hill for him to climb is a little bit taller. He was minus 55 coming into this game. So he needs every stick too. And you'll see his fill ball coming into frame on the left. And he gets 8, so 247. Still a good game, and that's going to leave him at minus 8 going into the last game of qualifying. So he's definitely giving himself a chance here. But he knows he needs a big game if he wants to move on. In just a moment here, we'll be ready for our final game of qualifying. And we'll find out who's moving on to our 16-player double elimination single game match play.
Cut that out of the video, by the way.
It's live. There's no cutting anything.
Thank you again. One more time.
Really tight for the top 16 right now. There's a lot of people who it's kind of cool. That's what he's got the highway stuff. We're not seeing like guys like
All right. So, Brian, good question. It's possible, but as soon as I turn it, it doesn't get level, and yeah, it's kind of tough to manage. So what I did was, I'm hoping that this works. We can. Hold on a second. I'm going to take care of that. So yeah, I have a cell phone camera over there that I'm going to try to go to, but I need them to turn off the TV because it's got NFL on it, and that's a good way to have a stream end midstream. So hopefully nobody minds. But yeah, how about that? head back over to our two live stream pairs, where we are actually in game 8 now. So the final qualifying game just getting underway here. So Chad will end up down here on 7 and 8 to finish off the qualifying block. Meanwhile, we're also keeping an eye on Brandon Cryer, who is just getting set. Interesting stuff as we head to the finish line here in qualifying. In the first frame. So we'll come back to him. You can see Tatum Lee on the right, starting himself in front of the ball return, and Boomerang get back from the outside to start things off with a strike. Once we get into match play, it'll be a little easier to maneuver around. Fewer bowlers, and might have a few more spectators, but I hope it's a little easier to show you what's going on here. William Jones is 14th after 6, and he's got an 8-10 to start. to maybe have that off game because you don't want to do it in match play, that's for sure.
Eventually melt.
Ooh.
Josh, you grab some rags, please. Standing there. Yeah, the ice will not move. We're just going to use it as a. They pushed it.
So there's an 8 spare for Jones, who has 46 through 3 with a spare up in the 4th. There's always a lot that can happen when the cut line is this. And we're going to keep following that and see how he does through the course of this game. You'll see Chad Nelson come up on the right side of your screen in the dark shirt. He's the one up on lane 8. And got that one a little too far down lane and left a 2-5-7. Certainly not the easiest spare combination. We'll see how he does with it. And he got 2 of them. So 26 through 2 frames for him. as he's hoping to get into the cut number and stay there for one more game. The Facebook page again for score updates, the Med City Holiday Weekend. As soon as Game 7 scores become available, I'll pop that up on the screen so we can get you up to speed. But there's the link in the chat. So pull up two windows, this one to see the video and then the Facebook page to see score updates. All right, here's Chad Nelson on lane 7. That went up high, leaving him a 3-9-10. So there's quite a few splits that are going to loom large in this final game of qualifying. And he got all three. Go back to our main camera, and here are the scores after 7 games. So you've got Brandon Pryor with 217 in Game 7. He's up to plus 249. Carter Westcott and Brady Stearns both at 115 over, tied for second. And Dylan Hansen at 105, Justin Schiffler at 101 over in 5th place. From there, Dave Ullman at plus 75, Jared Bushman plus 77, Wyatt Honecker at plus 72, John Holmes at plus 63, and Clayton Moore at plus 60. Now, on the bottom end, yeah, William Jones is the number right now at plus 40, with Dan Chambers in 15th at 41, Brandon Hansen 42, Jason Cragen 45. And Chad Nelson, as I mentioned, 17th place. He's plus 38, just 2 pins out of the cut going into this game. So we'll see what happens between Nelson and Jones. And yeah, I can try and move the camera over to where Jones' pair is.
I'm sorry.
Let's see what he's got, because those two are right on the cusp, with Ethan Tepley just 16 pins out going into this last game. And Aaron Littlefield and Phil Stellmaker just 19 pins out. I'm going to see if I can move things over and get you a view of where Jones is in this last game of qualifying.
So they must hold the head
What's that? Yeah. At some point, you got to.
All right, so Jones is right in front of us. So we've got that vantage point. Nelson's working on a double on lane 7. And there's a double for Nelson. Let's go over to the high end. Oh, yeah, that's the problem with the NFL is I can't show it on the live stream. So I'm trying to get down there on the high end. There, it looks like they turned it off now. Yeah, that's not good. I was hoping the audio would stick with where I'm at, but maybe not. So there's Jones with a strike there on lane 5 to the delight of his fans up in the concourse. So he's got 114 through 7 with a strike up in the 8th. Here's Chad shooting at a 10 pin on 8. He takes care of that. He's got 95 through 5 with that spare up.
We need a 4-pin respotted on 6. Oh, sorry.
But there's a lot of downtime for the shot. Nice game here.
Yeah, and sometimes along with losing audio, I got Nate Waldhauser's head. But yeah. There's Hansen with a strike there on lane 5. He's got 130 through 8 with that strike up. He is in 14th going into this game at plus 42, just 2 pins above the number. Now here's Chad on 7. And he connects for a strike. He has 115 through 6 with a strike up in the 7th. What was really cool, though, is when I was moving the cameras, I had a lot of guys just tell me how thankful they are that I'm here to live stream this, and that's pretty neat. Yeah, it's fun for me, and I hope that everyone enjoys, seeing these live streams. I know they're not perfect all the time, but I do my best. Yeah, I'm dinking around trying to find a way to switch cameras and still keep the audio on. Hopefully this. There's a strike for Chambers. He's got a nice string going, though. It's like the last 6. Got another one to go. Nate's enjoying that Busch Light. All right, good place to stick that, though.
Been married for 25 years, trust me. They're just not going not 25. Maybe it'll be 25.
All right, Hanson. He's got a 130 in the 8th on a double and 8. So 178 if he can spare up. Jones is on the left. He'll come into your frame. He's got 114 through 7 with a double up. Make it 3. So he can still eke out a 200 here. As high as 204. Nelson has 115 through 6 with a double up. But Chambers is probably going to be above both of them. And up high and left to 3.610. So he's less than pleased about that. So 144 in the 8th, 171, 191 if he spares here. And that count is a big deal because, yeah, the pins he loses through that could be the difference between making it not. He just blew it by there. So 190. And he'll have to wait and see what happens with the others. Here's Chad Nelson up on 7, working on a double. 9th frame. And up high and left 4 pin. He knew he needed that too. So now he's got 144 through 7. Strike, and with a spare 164 in the 8th with a spare up if he converts. No problem on the spare. So he can strike out for 214. But even just staying clean is probably going to push him to I want to say the cut, but I know that's not true. What the cut was after 7, and he'll be ahead of Jones as well.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see that.
Hey, thanks, Brian. All I want to know is, could you hear the audio when the split screen was up? That's the most important part to me. But thank you. Yeah, Chambers where he was at, I mean, that was a pretty important 10th frame where he got that double, and I think he had 256. So good. There we go. So I just need to keep it on that layout, and hopefully you'll still be able to hear me, because I'd like to try and do that in the match play too, because they're usually pretty spread out. Nate was very proud, by the way, of striking out to win a beer bet with Brent. So good to mention that, I told him when we had switched to that camera to see Dan's 10th frame, we saw him in the foreground taking a long pull out of that bush light. Oh, that's good. That's exactly what I was hoping for it to keep this microphone and then the video from over there. So everybody else across the house is finished except for this pair, 7 and 8. And this is a big 10th frame for Chad. We know where Jones finished, but not really having any idea about some of the others who were in that cluster. So Chambers had a nice game. He'll probably go up and into the cut. And those last 4, yeah, that was a nice rebound for him. Jones had 190, so he'll drop to plus 30. And here's Chad in the 10th frame. And a flat 10. So if he goes spare and strike, he'd have 203, which would put him at 41. So 11 pins over Jones. But the spare is important. He's got to have that. And he got it. All right. So big time spare there. He's got 183 through 9 with a spare up in the 10th. Again, a possible 203 if he strikes on the fill ball. Dave Ullman and Brady Stearns are right behind watching. And he gets it. So 203, which will put him up to plus 41. And a lot has to do with how the scores turn out in this 8th game of qualifying. But we know he'll be ahead of William Jones. And Jones was the number going into this last game. We know Dan Chambers will be ahead of both of them. So we'll wait to see.
I'm like, okay, I'm ready. Good. Grab a ball on my finger or out of my back. Only tip of this finger. Everything's just going to go crazy. I was trying to twist it out of there and it was moving my finger. I heard the snap.
So that'll do it for the qualifying portion of the adult holiday match games. They are tabulating the scores, and they will cut to the top 16. And I'll keep it here. I'm going to cut the mic for just a second, but once they announce the cut and the qualifiers, we'll bring it to you. Be right back. So still waiting for the qualifying final scores. And once we I'll just toss that in the chat there. But yeah, that was something. A little excitement at the end there. And you can see right behind me over here, that's where the tournament director is, and bringing in score sheets and trying to figure out who's in and who's out. So as soon as they do that and relay it to us, we'll relay it to you. Besides, not having it right away kind of builds suspense, doesn't it?
Okay, last call, strike back, last four were 9602, 9602 for the ball raffle.
So again, remember, there is a different link for coverage of the match play and championship. If you go to the description of this video, you can find that link, or go to the Quintuple Crown playlist on this channel. And I'll tell you the exact name. It's the 10K Quintuple Crown. The 2024-25 10K Larson Siding, Windows, and Roofing Quintuple Crown. And I'll switch that to the top in that playlist, so it should be the first thing you see. But yeah, we wait.
No, it's 42.
42? Al Houston just said 42 is the cut. So, again, the cut score is 42. And I think that means that somebody leapfrogged Chad, because he should have been at 41 with that strike and the fill ball. It would have been 203, and he had been at 38. So if that's the cut score, he will have missed it by one pin.
You got 45. 45? I was gonna say that's no. It's gonna be 3 pins. I think, if I understand it right.
Maybe tomorrow morning. I got here, excuse me.
So again, as we wait for those final scores and advancers, Alex,
Could I have Justin Schiffler and Darren Galbraith to the front desk, please?
Oh, what'd you do now? Oh, you're always causing problems. You guys are quick. No, absolutely not. You have a tie on your heads. Don't give me all. Good head. That just means that.
so they called up Justin Schiffler and Darren Galbraith. Not sure exactly why, but there are some theories. You can see them in the scrum people right up there.
Dave Ullman and Phil Stelmacher.
Oh.
On the coin, huh? Better be a damn good coin.
There's Stella.
All right.
So it sounds like they're flipping a coin, and he said something about ties. Oh, the suspense. We'll find out here in a moment, right?
Well, don't worry about how come up here.
Here, what just happened?
Oh, so
Here.
Yeah. So what is it? If you tie, you gotta break the tie by a coin flip.
Okay.
So yeah, what was that? Dave,
Come over.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
we-
it's
so we can see
backwards.
you.
Okay.
They don't want to see me.
Yeah.
They want to see you. So they break the tie with a coin flip.
Right.
And what did you call? Heads or tails?
So he picked first.
Oh,
he picked tails.
Well, of course, because
Yeah.
tails never fails.
Okay, is that it? That's
Yeah.
what. Okay. So he took. That's what Dave Olenberg. He took 9th. I took 10th. So
Okay, but well within the cut.
Right,
So
yeah.
Congratulations.
Feeling pretty
What'd
good.
What'd you have that last game?
It was a 247.
There you go.
Yeah. So
There you go.
I underestimated like the shot, like or not the shot, but like the transition. Keep following the left, get deep.
Yeah.
And yeah, I ended up with a 247. that
You
last
love getting deep, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
No, that's great. Great bowling. What? I guess what's the reaction to getting in the top 16?
It feels good. So I can't remember how many years I've done this, and then last year finally made the cut, and then making it again this time around. So feeling pretty good.
A little bit better.
Yeah.
every time.
Yep.
That's the right direction.
It took a long time to make the cut for this one. Like I said, I can't remember how long I've done it, and then just last year finally made the cut, and then now making it again. So feeling pretty good.
Boy, when you're thinking something or feeling something, everybody knows it. Don't they?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
That's good stuff.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. To feel good to kind of get it out there in the world.
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. I like being loud.
This is your home house too, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
How big a deal is it to not only have a great tournament, have a great turnout, and make the cut? I mean, that's kind of the trifecta.
Right. Like what's the 74 bowlers today? That's a pretty good number. Yeah, Colonial's only tournament they have, so packing it up, making cut. I feel say that's pretty good.
Good stuff. Well, I don't want to keep you. Good luck in the
Thank
match
you. Good
play.
talk. Yeah, a little quick talk. I
Yeah.
like it.
We'll be following.
It's in the Fef's hands now.
That's right.
Thank you.
You bet. Phil Stellmaker. One of the 16 advancers who's moving on now into the match play. So that's part of the mystery has been solved here as we wait on the other cut scores. Brian Rucker says, yes, ye. He's great. I really enjoy talking with him, and glad that he came on the show a few months back. If you're a fan of Stella and all that he is, take a look. It's in one of the back episodes on the channel. I'm sure I'll flip it up on the podcast too one of these days. But yeah, he's one of the 16, and we will find out the other 15 shortly. Yeah, Al did say the cut score is plus 42. So if all things are equal, and that is true, again, Chad Nelson shot 203 and was plus 38, so that would put him at plus 41. He may be just one pin short of the cut, so we'll find out. But yeah, exciting stuff here. Everybody's kind of gathered, on the concourse and in the settee area. Some getting ready to move on and bowl a little more, and others packing stuff up and heading for home. But yeah, a great performance out of Brandon Cryer for sure. I didn't see exactly what his score was in the last game, but he will definitely be among the 16. And some of the others, I think Dave Ullman, pretty safe bet that he'll be in there. Well, if he said he tied, then yeah, he will be for sure. So Brandon Cryer, Dave Ullman, Phil Stellmaker for sure. And the other gentlemen that were called up there, I would imagine, also tied. So you've got a few missing pieces to the puzzle there. But yeah, as we continue to wait for scores and the announcement of who will be moving on into the match play portion of the adult holiday match games at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. Here we
high
go.
game pots now, quick.
Oh, high game pots.
Plus 42 made the cut, so that was our top 16. We are paying through 19.
Oh, no, go ahead. No, I'm just standing here.
That was a plus 33.
Yeah. Thanks, dude.
So 33 to cash and 42 to
First
make
game,
the cut.
first place. Justin Rice with a 256 gets $60.
No, this is high game.
Second place with a 248 for $40, Sam Kuhn. And third place with a 232, Brady Stearns, $15.
Hopefully you can hear that.
You know, you go to league and it's like freaking wide open. It's like
42, yeah, plus 40.
Okay, all right.
Game two, first place, Jeff Walter with a 246, $60. Come on up to the front counter and pick up your money. And
Give me a ride or whatever. So, see ya.
we had a tie on second place with a 243 for the second game. They get $27.50 apiece, Darren Galbraith and Carter Westcott.
That's good. Thanks, David. It sounds pretty loud to me, but you never know until you know.
Game three, first place with a 276, Jason Cragen, $60. Game three, second place, Dave Ullman, 255, $40.
Yep, you're good. These are shoes, nice shoes, dude.
Third place with a 254, Darren Galbraith again, $15. Game four, first place, Justin Schiffler with a 276, $60.
270, yeah. Is that the high game for today? All around?
Second place with a 255, Jeff Walther, $40.
Yeah.
And third place with a 247 for $15, Michael Skinner.
I knew this.
Game five, first place with a 247, Dan Chambers, $60. Game 5, second place, 235, William Jones with $40. Third place for Game 5, Jason Cragen with a 233.
Phil makes me laugh.
First place with a 268, Justin Schiffler, $60. Second place with a 249, Carter Westcott. And third place with a 246 on Game 6, Dan Chambers, $15. Game 7, first place, Brady Stearns with a 258 for $60. Second place with a 256. Second place with a 256, Brandon Henderson for $40. Third place with a 255, Jared Bushman. First place with a 259, Darren Galbraith, $60. Game 8. Second place, Dan Chambers with a 256, $40. And third place with a 247, Phil Stelmaker, $15.
Somebody on?
Thank you.
Take it. Nobody beat it. Nobody.
Wow. Well, I hope that was entertaining. I don't know if he's going to announce the finalists or not. But, well, with the cut score being plus 42, let's we'll kind of take it from there and assume that if people are plus 42 or higher, that they're coming up and getting ready to bowl. So I'm going to end this live stream on this link. Again, there is another link to the match play live stream in the description of this video, or
Okay, we'll have I'll give the lane assignments now for our
here are the announcements.
after our qualifying.
So at least you'll find out who's in and what lane they're going to start in.
So our 16th place with a plus 42 was Ethan Tepley. He'll be on lane 4.
So
Lane place 15 was Aaron Littlefield with a plus 45. He'll be on lane 17. 14th place, Clayton Moore with a plus 49. Lane 12. 13th place with a plus 52, Wyatt Honecker. Lane number 10. 12th place with a plus 55, Brandon Hanson. Lane 14. 11th place with a plus 60, Jared Bushman. Lane 8. 10th place with a plus 68, Philip Stelmaker. Lane 16. 9th place, Dave Ullman with a plus 68 also. Lane 6. 8th place with a plus 83, Dylan Hanson. Lane 5. Seventh place with a plus 88, John Holmes. Lane 15. Sixth place with a plus 97, Dan Chambers. Lane 7. Fifth place with a plus 105, Justin Schiffler. Lane 13. Fourth place with also a plus 130 or 105, Darren Galbraith. Lane 9. Third place, Carter Westcott with a plus 118. Lane 11. Brady Stearns with a plus 142, second place. Lane 18. And our high qualifier this year with a nice plus 248, Brandon Cryer. Lane number 3.
There you go. There's our top 16. Brandon Cryer maintaining his spot as the tournament leader as we head into match play. Again, go to that other link. It's in the description here or in the Quintuple Crown playlist. That's right, the playlist. I'm going to end this one. I'll pick it back up on the other stream. Please join us there. But for now, so long from Colonial Lanes in Rochester.
Thank you for watching Bowling with the Fef. Pound the like button and subscribe button. It's the easiest way to support the channel, and it's free. Bowling with the Fef is brought to you by Chip Magnet. Raise your snack standards.
And Jerry's Score More Bowling inside Wagner's Lanes, the Eau Claire, Wisconsin area's leader in bowling supplies and services since 1988.
Email bowlingwiththefef@yahoo.com with questions or to appear on the show. You can also reach out on your favorite social media platform.